It is the biggest drug bust.
In Colombia, one of the massive case there were two major organizations, the Medellin and the Cali Cartel. Only a social outcast has not heard of before, due to the fame of its leader, Pablo Escobar. However, Cali can be considered accessible in the former. Comparing these cartels, almost everyone comes to a corporation with a clear mechanism, and Medellin was more like a collection of partners who often acted rashly and impulsively. Yes, Medellin was the leader of the cocaine market for a long time.
Podcast called Cocaine Empire by the Mob Museum. I'm trying to keep it down low enough where it don't bother y'all. Not sure if you can hear it or not. up. Motherfucker, I just left Jimmy, New Mexico. I'm running 73 mile an hour. I'm not changing my speed. Fuck that.
Cuban American experience, but into the cultural fabric.
You've been right on my ass.
In the 1980s, which was quite a
High beam LED
really
headlights.
but the cocaine era of the 1980s may have been the most outrageous.
Bumped it down 1 mile an hour.
In the era
Once he got in the left lane.
and in many ways more outrageous, the body count may have been higher.
To help him clear the left lane out.
Levels of corruption.
Now I'm back to 73 mile an hour and he wants to play games. I ain't the one. I guarantee you I am not the
Let's get
one.
into the story of those who charges.
I swear to God.
Unless you are living in South Florida in the 80s and 90s, you might not know this story.
He needs to go on is what he needs to do.
Called the Cocaine Cowboys, about Willie Sam.
I'll ride right on his damn ass all the way to wherever the hell we're going.
And I would contend that those
He's been on my bumper for 35 miles now.
Peddles and stereotypes.
Boy, Mountain Dew sure tastes good.
Good to go. Crazy.
So, good evening. Who we got out there?
And chainsaws. Looking to wreak havoc on everyone.
Hope you're having a good time.
There's more to it than
Hope you're enjoying your evening. Glad you're here with me. Thank you.
1955, when Willie Falcone was born. And he had a family who sort of had a little farm, sort of a middle-class life. They were poor, reasonably well off by Cuban standards. And so, Fidel Castro and the revolution against the KGB in Cuba,
And
it creates a lot of paranoia.
little car coming up. He got his high beam lights on. Smart car, little smart ass car.
Perceived to be a communist revolution. And that is indeed what it was. This was a traumatic time for Cuban Americans who faced either a choice to either stay and try to function under the boot of the Castro government or to leave the land of your birth. And many reluctantly chose to flee the island. The Falcone family was one family that fled the island in the early 1960s. They came over on what were called the Freedom Flights. Dozens and dozens of flights and the Pan Am's airlines, private planes. They brought Cuban families over. And between
That little smart ass car got his high beams on. Line everybody there. Well, flash my lights at you. Building, whatever.
And this experience, the anxiety experience, kind of a different thing to be forced out of the country.
Well, I figured that lightning was going to be striking a little more than what it is. I guess this ain't very interesting. I apologize.
They're not intending to immigrate to the United States. They're intending to find some
I do apologize. There it goes. Damn. I don't know how can I get the phone over there. Well, I can.
kid to be known as the
Well, hold on. Dang it.
was an element within the Cuban exiles in South Florida.
So I really just, I climbed up on the windshield and cleaned the window. And done already speckled. Come on, car. See, this is what pisses me off right here. I'm gonna play the phone. I apologize, but look. No, we ain't fucking sending no damn copy link. That car had been at my trailer tail for 2 miles, and now they're gonna pass.
The first and biggest of those covert operations was the Band-Aids.
got to talking, I went in to see what they had to eat. And they gave me some kind of mound. It's pretty cool.
So when you thought Colin is showing up to the rallies, he's making it clear that he's a true believer. And some of the older guys in the movement,
It's not a gimbal,
and a friend,
but it moves around and it bends in like four different places.
he said, "You guys look like you're really devoted." Yes, sir, we are. There's nothing wrong with it. He said,
I looked on it to see if it has a name on it, but I don't see no name on it. Something arm.
From the source that we have in Congress, would like to sell the cocaine.
I'm trying to see the lightning over there, but then when I get it moving around, this arm mount, whatever the hell it's called, it ain't lightning. They're the Border Patrol, where they ask you if you're a U.S. American citizen. You know, where 90% of them are Mexicans. I ain't prejudiced, so don't get that twisted. Some of my best friends are Mexican. I kind of wonder why.
This is in 1977.
I get that dirt off the windshield, why don't screw it up. I sure been having quite a few people watch my little stupid videos though. And that's flattering. It's humbleizing. You can say hi on there. So if I ain't in traffic, I'll read it and see it. One person. Willie Bacon and Sal McLuda. What they talking about?
Decided that they needed to create a market for cocaine.
Bomb, bomb, bomb. I ain't in a very good mood tonight. I mean, I'm not really in a bad mood, but
That's what they did, and it took off. People loved their cocaine.
I'm not in a great mood either.
They could afford the cocaine. They loved their cocaine. It was a very interesting social phenomenon. They loved it, and it's the ultimate these clubs, big clubs, this or that. So it's places. That was the
Starts to my shirts. Button it. Sit in the shade. Lots of chickens, bacon. What day? I called. He walked on water. She said he was a cowboy. When he was young. Lay your hand on the rope. He was good with a gun. pawpaws are most everybody's heroes, but he sure was my hero. He was one hell of a truck driver too. He run the wheels. Now that I'm all grown up, looking back, my dad was a more trucker than Pawpaw. Not to take nothing away from my Pawpaw. He sure as hell would let you drive, no matter who you was. You'd be some stranger kid. He'd ask you to drive, it didn't matter what. He'd let you drive. No matter what it took to make it happen. Sit in his lap, get her rolling, and switch drivers. I ride down the road in that cab over Kenworth. It was all dressed out in Budweiser colors, had the Anheuser-Busch Eagles on it. That truck's still sitting out back in Ironton, Ohio. Well, it's sitting at, Roger Guston. You don't know who Roger Guston is? The lava machine, the jet funny car. My dad grew up with the Gustons. There's three of them. Bill was the dad, and there was Phil, Roger, and there was another son, Don or something. Yeah, my dad was good friends with Roger Guston and Phil Guston. My papa was real good friends with their daddy Phil. But they own the truck, the Guston family, they have that truck. My cousin Brian McQuay, he went down, he lives out back in Chillicothe, Ohio. And he was down there a couple of years ago in Ironton area, South Point. And he went by the Guston farm. And he's sitting out there in the field. It's either at the Guston's property or the next door neighbor. But he stopped, tried to buy it, and they won't sell it to him. But he got a phone number to him. And they finally gave him a price for it of $25,000, but daggum. It's a lot of money for that old of a truck. I don't remember what year model it is. My dad could tell us if he hadn't passed away. But I'm wanting to say it was like a 73 or 74 or a 78. I don't think it was it wasn't no newer than that. If any of y'all are truckers or, oh, hello there, I'm sorry. I'm just rambling. Hello, hey, hi, and howdy. Thanks for stopping by my little channel there. I wasn't ignoring you. Yes, Melanie, April, Elizabeth, Disco, Nobile, just how are you tonight? Are you from another country? If you are, welcome. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for commenting and saying hi. You're awesome. Anybody told you you're awesome today? Well, I think you are.
Speed limit reduced ahead.
Speed limit reduced ahead. Slow her down. Volvo Mafia. I don't know what you slow plumb down to 60 mile an hour for.
He really loved it. I mean, he had a reaction to want to pick up the first news.
Out here in the middle of nowhere, late on Saturday night. And hardly any traffic, but all the traffic wants to be in one little grouped up bunch.
So there's that. I mean, I think there's a certain way since losing how we think of people we used to think. But that explains this here.
Makes no sense.
Police on call. Would you like to be in an organization where there's an unlimited supply of cocaine?
Beside of me. Some bitch wasn't even doing 60 miles an hour. Bologna soup. My mama used to say, that's bologna soup. It don't even sound good, bologna soup.
Bringing cocaine into the country. They were going to Colombia and presenting these face-to-face with violence and numbers. At the top level of the cartels, or even part of the cartels at that time, Medellin and Cali, they're bringing it there, they're bringing it into the United States, and they're selling it off to clients in large it's not nickel and dime records. Selling it on the internet. They didn't have that many clients. They had maybe 8 to 10 or 12 clients.
I'm on the go.
Clients were buying kilograms of kilos and then selling it off to
You might tell me a joke.
and then every step along the way gets cut with different things as they got over to drugs. Those muchachos were not dealing with weight of the cocaine, any of that stuff. So that chain in which they were trying to sell it, brought to the market, is by and large, that's where the violence takes place. The closer you get to the street level, the higher violence in that business. The level really
Pretty good size little hill right there. I just come off of the right A4.
So they were allowed to feel like
10 Roger 4.
all that violence and dirty business was going on, but there wasn't that. And they took a certain pride in that, particularly the wives and the girlfriends.
Bullshit in the morning.
It wasn't a dirty business. Those other people took the violence, but we don't do. So they were able to believe that.
Shitting in the evening.
That's Cuba.
heading, Willie back home, Willie back home. Going back home with Willie back home.
Willie's parents, this book, The Last Kilo, starts the kidnapping of Willie's parents in 1981. It was the 80s, something in the early 80s. Up till that point, they had the cocaine business up and running for about 5 years. Let's all over funny games. His mom actually married him. And he turned out to be police officers. And they paid a ransom to get her out of there. They paid $5,000, which was chunk change for them. And what it did really is it brought fear and the danger, the threat of violence home into the world of those transfers. Some of the members of the organization they interviewed said as far as they were concerned, that's when it stopped being fun. They realized members of their families were killers, so now they had to get armed. Most of the time they were bodyguards. They had these bodyguards to go to and from the store.
You ever drink a C4? C4 uppercut?
Libya, one of those two places.
Oh wow, Bear Chuckin says C4 uppercut. Well, I like them.
Mentioning this plant.
I get
This plant
cherry pretty good.
took human beings to take this plant.
But I really like, excuse me, frozen bombsicle.
Not only the plant is
And whatever this one is, I think it's Jolly Rancher.
this big product by governments.
Excuse me, I'm sorry about that. Blue raspberry Jolly Rancher. And I'll try to show it to you with fucking road quit being so fucking rough. Potty mouth motherfucker.
And they've been doing it for generations after generations. It's been passed.
Jolly Rancher.
That's Willie Falcone and his
Anyway.
Alina. Yeah, they look like Ken and Barbara. In fact, they kind of they were the Cuban Ken and Barbara. Los Muchachos were dashing and handsome, and they really took advantage of it. They created a glamour presentation in the community. Really, he's about 27 years old. He became the godfather.
30 mile an hour
In a stature of
for a 50 mile an hour destruction.
coming up to
Whoever it is that's for doing this, they should got off over there on the fucking old road.
He said it was a little bit embarrassing because he was so young at the time and he was thrust in this position.
I don't know. If I say the route, it'd be the wrong damn route. Route 70 or something, maybe. I don't know.
That's 19-year-old Willie Falcone and 18-year-old Alina in happier times.
See.
That's Willie and Sal. They're Rolls Royces. You know who that is. Ronald Reagan scowling at those bags of cocaine. This was the South Florida Task Force that was formed to kick off the war on drugs. Cocaine became so pervasive that by about 1983, the government began to ban
That's old Route 70.
And then the coke was coming through the Caribbean.
Has to be. Ain't got no choice.
They went to Congress and they got tons of money, billions of dollars.
This is Las Cruces, New Mexico.
To an extent today. And they had some early successes.
Ah, darn.
And Los Muchachos were pretty inventive. So when the government started busting shipments and
Whoa.
corruption,
Now, I wish y'all could see this lightning over here to
directly into South
the north side of the interstate.
started bringing the kilos
Damn it, that was wild.
into Southern California.
That was a big time lightning bolt.
New system, and it blew everyone's mind and horrified them because they thought they were winning. They thought they were having successes. But what they did was they forced the narcos to come up with a new plan, and that new plan involved Mexico. This was about 1986. I mean, I don't think Mexico was a narco state. That's not inaccurate to say that. That really didn't start until the 80s. Until then, Mexico was bales and bales of marijuana into the United States, not cocaine. That started Willie and Sal devised the way to do it. The violence in South Florida, even though Willie and Sal were not violent, there was violence happening all around. The primary target of Pablo Escobar was waging war against our Colombian society. That set the tone for a very violent era. So it was a violent business. No question about that. They were a family. Those muchachos were family. I've written a number of books about criminal organizations, and I've interviewed a lot of gangsters from different ethnicities. Irish, Italian, Vietnamese, Jamaican, others, Chicanos. And I knew right away, interviewing these people, that they weren't like that. In fact, they weren't really even gangsters. These were not people with criminal records who had done time in prison or anything like that. These were Cubanese who stumbled into this product and were looking to make the most of it. They thought they were in pursuit of the American dream. They didn't think of themselves as
This
tourists.
is a guy that was riding my ass, leaving Jimmy.
But this was a family, and they thought of themselves as they thought of their entire criminal organization as an extended family. And it's worth knowing that because I think in some ways it was the secret of their success. That's why they couldn't get through the training. So it was in this case, it was a family because they mostly had brothers and moms and cousins. It's tiny homes and they get burning and separated with doors. Many things parts of the company was called Silver. Beautiful homes.
What the fuck are you doing, dude? Goddamn thing, that son of a bitch.
These guys created it.
When we come out of construction, he wasn't going nowhere. He's loaded lighter than I am. Because he outpulled me on every damn hill.
Cocaine everywhere. And it was kind of like Rick's Cali.
Fuck, I can't get over and there's a damn car beside of me and then he started gassing on him and I'm fucking halfway past him.
He's went in there. Everybody passed through this place. And they loved it. And it became a symbol of their success. Whenever a new load of cocaine came into town,
Service Office in Santa Teresa, Nevada. The current time is 9:33 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. These are the current 9 p.m. observations for Las Cruces and surrounding cities. At the Las Cruces Airport, it was mostly cloudy. The temperature was 72, the dew point 30, and the relative humidity 21%. The pressure was 29.94 inches and rising. At the El Paso International Airport, it was partly cloudy. The temperature was 75 degrees and the relative humidity 28%. The wind was at 21 miles an hour. At the Santa Teresa Airport, it was partly cloudy. The temperature was 75 degrees. The wind was southeast at 23 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.89 inches and steady. The report from San Agustin Pass was not available. In Delhi, it was partly cloudy. The temperature was 72 degrees. The wind was southeast at 7 miles an hour. At Gordo, the temperature was 70 degrees. The wind was east at 8 miles an hour. In truth or consequences, it was mostly cloudy. The temperature was at 6 degrees. The wind was west at 28 miles an hour, gusting 30 miles. At the Ruidoso Airport, it was partly cloudy. The temperature was 6 degrees. The wind was southeast at 9 miles an hour. In Mexico and southeast Arizona and Albuquerque, rain was falling with a temperature of 56. At Tucson, it was clear with a temperature of 81. It was partly cloudy with a temperature of 63 at the Grant County Airport, 68 at Lawrenceburg, and 69 at Roswell. At Cloud Cross, the weather conditions were not available. Across West Texas, it was 61 at Sierra Blanca, Texas Mission Express, and 64 at Van Horn Mission Station. It was clear with a temperature of 61 at Lubbock and 71 at Midland. Las Cruces NOAA Weather Radio Station WXL91 will be off air due to a scheduled upgrade to computer systems, starting at 7 a.m. on Tuesday, May 6th, and noon Thursday, May 8th.
Beltran. So that's how that Beltran truck rolling eastbound. 1 minute he's fucking hauling ice, next minute he's hardly going, running people out of the damn road.
And when that song played in the club,
BT on the back door, the Beltran on the door.
I said it's good, it's the same price as last time. We're going to get it, we're going to find it.
Howdy. 1, 2, 3.
Howdy, 4, 5, 6.
Rigger. Maybe that's, I've got it tuned right there to max swing.
Stewart, that son bitch up there cut you off.
Alright, well, like you're the ones to do it something. That's all I can ask. There you go, lining your takeaway bin.
You got it on there, Stewart Transport.
Alright, there's the other microphone. I mean, I can turn the gain up on the microphone, but I don't want to pick up everything in the background. Alright, there you go. I can just move forward.
Because Carlos Wader was a major player. That's our man George Bush.
White Freightliner mob on eastbound, running people out the damn road, speed up and slow down, Beltran. The BT on the back door. Shit, don't get out of his way. He slows down again, he's gonna have some bad problems. I guarantee you. I'll run up there and catch him if I want to. Ain't gonna let the cars fall.
dimensions in the sphere. Really itself look into the universe. There is a realm of operation. It is boundaries. Nation states. It's a place in which cocaine business is done. It's practiced. It's unseen.
Fucker, don't get in front of me and slow down now. I'm already pissed off.
Product is cloning, processing, financial center. Where's the largest engine? It's in the United States. That's the largest. We will not operate in the U.S. Because at the same time, we play both sides of the fence. The type of fence can't come like that. He's nice. The chubby guy over there took over as president. He was Guillermo Howard. You know what? He was William Sal's personal money launderer. He's a banker. They were laundering your money through his law firm. The United States of America knew he was a banker.
Pissed off, I'm fucking shaking. I don't know if I can hold back. I'm gonna take off after him. Fucker, about something don't change in my fucking attitude. Let's go. I have to get off of here. I just wanted to catch that lightning on the damn film, not motherfucking some flip-flop 2-bit half-ass wannabe truck driver fucking running people out of the damn road, speeding up and slowing the down.
And it's a big story in Miami. Maybe the biggest story is John Gotti on steroids in Miami. It's a big story. Because these two guys, many in the community identify these two guys.
Oh man, did you see that? Oh, that was badass. Riding in the middle lane like they on the daggum road or some shit or another. Oh, shit, phone, stop it. What's his ass all up here doing?
Eventually figured out how that happened. They tried to sell money to the that's who his fan base is going to what is up there? So who these people
I don't know, but phone mounts letting y'all see the lightning or not. I just swung it around there. wife's always wanted a set of these, them hubcaps, them moon discs. She's always wanted a set of them, put on the big truck. There's one of them guys loading with me, I guess the week before last. I don't know where I was at though. No, he was down there, he was last week when I was loading this, load. Let's see, yeah, wait, where was it? Yeah, it was loading that Tolleson load. We just unloaded. I unloaded Tolleson, Arizona, and then went to Goodyear. Yeah, he was at, Lineage Logistics in Fort Worth, Texas.
While all this was going on, I thought there would never be money to talk about. I said, I got to live in that. Called Dangerous Records, Jackson. Trying to see what I talked about a couple years ago. And so we got to the end of the writing of that book. And they contacted me again.
Son of a bitch!
Crossing border. Entering Texas.
I said, that's great. I mean, I knew it was going to be a difficult read. English is not his first language. We talked about high school. But I said, get it to me as soon as you can. And it was a treat for information with his wife.
He said, you can take them off my truck if you want to. I was like, what? He said, I don't care if you take them off my truck. I won't tell on you.
We went to the country where he was living with a job way back. And it was really difficult. So it was really complicated flying in and out of there.
In 5 miles, take exit 6 on the right, onto Woodrow B. Trans Mountain Drive toward Trans Mountain Road.
In 800 feet, merge onto South Desert Boulevard.
In half a mile, turn left.
That's the story of those contractors.
Yeah, come on, man, just take it down.
Turn at the first left. Way station ahead.
Broadcast destination. And, now between this transformer, this new antenna, I want to be the...
Turn at the first left. Turn at the first left.
Oh, shut the hell up.
In 1,000 feet, slide right onto South Desert Boulevard.
I can't know why there has to be so much mud on the roads in east end of New Mexico and Texas, but the windows are just shit wrecked.
About the cocaine era and the cocaine business. It changed my perceptions about a lot of things related to
Boy, Beltran Transportation, that son bitch in that damn dually, whatever the hell pickup truck.
Just raise your hand and I'll come over to you.
I'm done me in right there. I'm fucking vibrating.
How did you get interested in writing these books?
Non-driving motherfuckers.
This is a
Probably ought to quit filming YouTube. I guess it's probably getting interesting now, ain't it? Fucking pissed.
Still fascinated.
Hey, you hear what the weather band's saying, so.
Pacific Intermodal Terminals, Franklin Mountain State Park, and Northeast El Paso. This includes the following highways: Interstate 10 in New Mexico between mile markers 155 and 164.
I apologize, y'all. Hey, hello,
Interstate 10 in Texas between mile markers 1
Trammel.
and 3.
Hello,
Doors
Bernard. How are you
considered
today?
shelter inside a building. The National Weather Service in El Paso.
Sorry, man. I've had a couple non-driving
Southeastern Union County in
people.
South Central New Mexico. Northwestern El Paso.
I'm El Paso,
Until 10:15 p.m. Mountain
Anthony,
Daylight Time.
Texas. Right next to exit 0. I guess you might not have been on here when that guy ran me over into the far left lane against that car. Come out of construction zone. Dude was running. I left Deming, New Mexico, and he come up behind me 5 miles later and got right up on my ass and just stayed there forever. I'm like, damn, dude. And I slowed down 1 mile an hour when he got in the left lane so he could come on out and go all around. After I slowed down after he got in the left lane. And he passed and then go 10 miles down the road and he slows down. But I can understand slowing down, you know, whatever, every now and then, you know. I get it. That didn't make me mad, the first part of it. No, I was cool. I brought it to everybody's attention and whatnot. But, you know, we're not perfect. We're only human, you know. But then we come in that construction, and somebody up front was doing 30 mile an hour, and then we come out of it, and I already know that guy was loaded lighter than me because he done already outpulled me on every hill cut out of Deming. So I know he was fucking either had a loaded lighter or he had a hot rod Freightliner. And I give him time coming out of that construction. I didn't go immediately gassing on it coming out of the construction. I give it time. I ain't got the 41,000 on. No, I ain't got no 1,000 horsepower, but this thing's putting out well over a 500. And it pulls good for what it is for being RPM governed in 18th, 17th, 16th year. Anyway, I'm gonna clean my windows. Try to calm down. Thanks for stopping by. For real. I'm hoping maybe I'll get in a better mood somehow, and then I got over that fucking dickhead, and then I had that damn pickup truck pulling that fucking trailer. I'll try to quit with the cussing, I apologize. They got me mad as shit. If it wasn't for my damn windows being so dirty, I wouldn't be stopping right now, but I also need to remove myself from the situation before I get my ass into a situation. Come on, Vic. still on here? Come on, let's go. Let's take a walk. You want to take a walk? You don't see my lights on the windshield. Hold on, I'll quit jerking around so much. Hang on here. Oh, I can't change it while I'm on here filming. It's gonna change for you. Engine fans on. I don't know if you can hear if it's blaring in your ear or on your screen or whatever you're watching this from. Thank y'all for stopping by though, for real. Oh, and I'm getting wet. It's gonna do some. Hang on. See it nowhere? There's no real good singer. Thing. See it nowhere? American sign. American flag. I think it's gonna do it. Hold on. Dadgummit. American flag. There you go. I know where it says hey. Howdy. Now we got rain, baby. Oh, Lord. Yeah, my trailer here. Yeah, we'll shut that off for a second here. Turn the Bluetooth off. Hey, that's hell. Yeah, we can't stand in this. Man, that's hell. Look, guys. Son of a gun. And some crack. There's crack cocaine. I wonder if you can eat it. I'm gonna try to eat it and shut up. Ah. Well, I guess I'm glad I pulled off the road. Y'all hear this? Holy moly. Here we go. Here we go. Sorry. Here we go. Here we go. Sorry. Apologize. My bad. I'm gonna wait this out for a second. I don't even know what I'm doing. See them trees over there? They falling around. Well, you can't see them, can you? See if the defroster roster will help with anything. I doubt it. We'll give it a shot. See that? You see the hail bouncing on the hood? Got little crack cocaines. Dang it. Dang it, boy. It's pretty big for it to show up that good on the screen with it arrowed out. And big old long Peterbilt hood. Man, it's so pretty. Hold on 1 second, don't go nowhere. I wanted to get that on camera. I wanted to get that on camera. On a video, on the camera, on the regular camera. La ha ha, was she night night? She my baby. Oh man, bro, that shit's flying. That gun. It's hailing. Not hailing so bad now, but come on, big truckers from the top, Teddy Bear. quick truck tour. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. We did this the other day, but anyway, anywho. My truck. My truck. Truck tour. Now I got some stuff in the floor, I understand, but I can pick that up in just a New York second. Sleep it pretty tall in there. I don't have a top bunk though. But we got cabinetry. More cabinetry. Another cabinetry. Can't see, can you? Frigidaire. Got the Shamrock chocolate milk. C4 uppercut. Hey, that's just there to keep my drinks towards the back. But have y'all ever had one of these sandwiches that I just throwed in the floor? Dude, those are the best. I like the country fried, whatever it says. Country fried chicken. Boy, that's a damn good chicken sandwich. Man, they are awesome. I used to really love the cheeseburger ones. But, oh, you'll see in that closet. Anybody saying something? No, but I got pretty good storage in this, in the Peterbilt 389. It ain't too bad. Quack, quack, waddle, waddle, quack, quack, waddle, waddle. A launder bag, launder some money. I wish we could launder some money. I don't even know why that's out. Let's put it up. Oh, good, that rough road. That jacket ain't dripping water on my blanket. That was real smart. Let's hang up a wet jacket right over top of the bed. Okay, that sounds like a good idea, stupid. It didn't drip nothing. And there's the microwave. It's almost like brand spanking new. It's only been used a couple of times, 3. But anyway, the other closet. It's got that bag hanging there, got some shoes in it. the hell is this? Whoops. Drop the phone. Okay. We dropped the phone, buddy. Yo, buddy. Now, the reason why that bag is in the floor right there is because that bag, my lunchbox, any of y'all that's truckers, you might know this, and I've mentioned it before, but we'll tell it again since I'm on the subject. Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration or I don't know, or the Department of Transportation or somebody decided when they started putting refrigerators in trucks from the factory, they decided that it was dangerous and that us as drivers shouldn't be able to reach the refrigerator from the driver's seat. So Kenworth T680, Kenworth combated that with the 680 in their refrigerator. I got 2 people on here now, but some of y'all that's been in a T680 know that the refrigerator is a drawer style, and it's about from there to the floor, and it pulls out. And if you set your drinks in the front of it and fold your armrest around like that, just fold the armrest, yeah, it comes around. I don't ever use it, but I don't even know how the hell it works. Really? Well, I'll be dipped. Anyway, now I gotta figure out how to put that back. What the shit? There it goes. But anyway, at the Kenworth, I screwed up and put my armrest down. Probably won't go back up and go back in position. Ain't that cool though? Here, I'll try to do it with my foot. It folds up. Well, shit. Yeah, I'm all over the place with the phone. Once you raise it up, and it swings. And behind locks in. Passenger side does it as well. But they decided that we shouldn't be able to reach the refrigerator from the driver's seat to the refrigerator. So Kenworth put that T680 refrigerator down there and keep your drinks in the front of it, and you can reach it from the seat. But Peterbilt didn't follow suit with that, which that's okay. No big deal, Lucille. No big deal at all. So since Peterbilt didn't follow suit, what I did have, I'm fixing my lunchbox. Keep your drinks cold, you know. Mountain Dew. Anybody want a Mountain Dew? We're gonna put something in here, right there. I guess that'd be alright. What do you think? I think that'd be okay. Got a piece of the sandwich I'll put right there. Keep that shit on now. But, so I built me a lunchbox. I guess we're just gonna get in a 30-minute break while we're sitting here and see what this storm's gonna do before we go through the El Paso. I've seen somebody calling it El Paso the other day on the YouTube. I thought that was pretty cute, funny, whatever. I guess ain't nothing cute about hell though, are there? man. So I just set my Mountain Dew. I ain't throwed that box away, so it's making it easier for me to reach my drink box. But to keep the heat, because the regen truck, the heat comes up through the floor. So, oh man, shoot, hold on, guys. I gotta put y'all back up here for a minute. There, I said flip the screen. There we go. Put a bottle of the cleaner. Losing my mind. Back in time. But we got a regen truck. That old hot air coming up through there. Oh, dude. I bet I left that daggum other window cleaner. Son of a gun. I know what I did with that other bottle of window cleaner stuff. I think I left it on the daggum step. Oh no, hey, you ever get a chance to buy some of this? It's called Teleco foaming glass cleaner, and it really works very well, but it's not the best glass cleaner. If you want your windows to be slickery but not be like regular Rain-X, you're gonna want to buy this. But the thing about this is they have it at Walmart. Well, you know what I was saying. They have it at the Dollar General store. I would buy it at the Dollar General store. I understand we have to go to Walmart, but if I don't have to go to Walmart, I don't go. Why is that reading it upside down? So we read it upside down and make it read no. But anyway, it says Rain-X Automotive Glass Cleaner. Cleans to a streak-free shine. What did I say? Outperforming leading auto glass cleaners. But there's 2 yellow cans of this. And this is the glass cleaner. It says it, glass cleaner. The other bottle, I think the can is about this tall, so the lid would be like down here. I'm pretty sure. And it has the regular old school Rain-X in it. And I don't like Rain-X. I don't allow it anywhere near my windows. I can't stand it. It sucks. It works, but then everything looks like you got oil on your windshield, and I can't stand. I hate that. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Well, you can take one of them hates away, because an old truck driver the other day talked me into putting some on my windshield, and I did it, and I put it on, and I buffed it, and then did my side. I didn't put it on my side windows and mirrors though, but I buffed it, and I got a brand new paper towel, 3, and went back over both windshields. And now that worked. It worked pretty good if you buff it out and get it off of there. But this glass cleaner right here, it's top of the line. It's good. It's really, really good. I highly recommend trying it out. For real. Because it works. And it don't leave that rainbowiness on the windows when you know, if they get wet, it don't leave that rainbow looking deal. Okay, are we done with the rain? As soon as I clean my windows and get all the mud off. And it rains again. C4 uppercut. C4 uppercut. I appreciate y'all coming by. It's almost like I got family with me. Thank y'all for real though. I really do appreciate it. The truck driver pissed me off a minute ago. Badly. Very badly. He had me so mad. I'm not mad anymore. Sit here and ramble. Talk about stupid shit. But he shouldn't have been driving like that. I give him fucking a minute and a half to start building up speed when we come out of that construction zone. Because he should have built up speed quicker than I did. Because he outpulled me on a couple of hills. What's in there? Did you miss the truck tour, Tim? The sleeper? Do you want to see? Do I need to show it again? I'm not sure. I got a little mess in the floor though, because I'm working. Alright? Don't get mad at me. That's my lunchbox. Oh, crud ruckers. What's the end to do right? Crud rucker. Flip it. Flip it. My lunchbox. My lunchbox, I got Mountain Dews. The double bag's there so my lunchbox don't slide back to where I can't reach it while I'm driving. And it was a hailstorm. If you rewind and go back a few minutes, 10-15 minutes, I was in a bad hailstorm. When? I there's the puppy. It almost looks real, don't it? There's a duck. Quack, quack, waddle, waddle, quack, quack. That old boy, he gonna get that duck, ain't he? Frigidaire. We got Mountain Dews and C4 uppercuts, and we got chocolate milk, and we got Jesse's Coke, and a big ass chicken sandwich. Is that what you was asking about? What's in there? Oh shit! In the closet. Did I cover what your question is? But now I got towels on the floor. That keeps my floor clean. I know it's cluttered, but I'm trucking, you know. So I can rip my towels up, and I got a crystal clean. You can eat off the floor, rubber floor. Well, the back's got carpet though. Fell out. Yeah, I'm not good at filming and holding the phone now, am I? I can't believe y'all still on it. Say my name. Vernay, Lacet. I don't want to hack up your name. Verret Lasot. Did I pronounce that right? Verret. I see you. I see you too. I see you talking. I see your words. Say my name, say my name. But hold on, I'm gonna jump out here and redo my windows again before we take off. But if you rewind back about, well, I've been sitting here for 36 minutes now. I stopped because it started raining, and I started filming because of the lightning storm. And then y'all didn't get much lightning storm, but at the beginning of it, there is some lightning. And then we got over here to Anthony, Texas. And it's the hailstorm, and I picked up a piece of the hail and showed it, and it's on the screen on the hood. There's a bunch of hail on the hood. But hold on, let me turn this thing back on there.
Cali Cartel. Only a social
Oh, dude. Well, I can't film and clean the windows. It's lightning over there. But hold on. hope y'all didn't miss me when I've been gone. But no, we're just wondering what the hell this stupid idiot's doing. Whoosh. Okay. Man, I've done already cleaned all the windows. Inside and out. I'm climbing up on the hood again though. El Paso, shouldn't wanted you to go through El Paso, Texas. I think some of the country music people live here at El Paso. What's that one guy named Bobby Ann Mason? Back in high school, she was way too cute. She was way too cool. How was I gonna get education? Sitting right beside Bobby and Mason. What's that guy's name? Rick Trevino? There's a road over here called Rick Trevino Drive, El Paso, Texas. Okay, rock and roll mistress, you about ready to ride, baby? Well, I sure am. 10 Roger. We're about to put our 10 in the wind, let it all hang out again. I'll be Texas bound and a-flying. If I can keep it on the ground when I put that hammer down. How you gonna win if you ain't trying? Nah, yeah, we ain't trying to win nothing. We're just trying to get the groceries to the store so everybody can go shopping. Gotta have groceries, right? Well, if truck drivers don't, if the groceries don't make it to the store, hell, I can't eat either. Step into a, oh shit, I was gonna do that, step into a Slim Jim, but step into a Jack Link's. Oh, chicka wow wow. I guess it'd be safe to go now. Oh, I gotta get that drink out of here now. Yeah, at the beginning, or well, right when I stopped here, not the beginning of the video, but well, it'd be about 20 minutes ago. You'll see the lightning in the hail, or well, you didn't get much lightning. Y'all got a little bit of lightning, but you'll see the hail. I picked a piece of it up. Showed it off to all the caring viewers of YouTube. Hey, I got 4 likes on there. Wow, really? Poor people was locked to my video. That is awesome, man. That is so flippin' awesome. Yeah, give me a thumbs down at least. Hit that like button. Hit subscribe. I hit 500 people. We should do something. What should we do? for 500 subscribers. I got a little idea, but I don't want to go say nothing. And then it backfired. Or me end up not following through with it. Thought about figuring out something that we could give away for 500 subscribers. And then do some kind of drawing or a raffle. What do you think? I only got 2 people on here. But I'm not asking you to go telling everybody that you know to do that deal. I don't even like saying it. I don't like saying hit that like button, hit subscribe. I don't like saying it. Sounds like you're begging. And anybody that's on YouTube, they already know. You already know. If you like the video, hit like. If you don't like it, hit the thumbs down. Give me a thumbs down at least. But I'm not gonna ask for a thumbs up. I can't do it. I'm not gonna ask for subscribers because I'm blown away at the subscribers that I have. I'm blown away that people stop by and watch. I can't believe it. I really can't believe that people come and watch this stuff. But I'm just an idiot. I'm just a moron. No, I'm rattling too much. I understand. Time to get ready. Are you ready? Are you ready for it? Smoking cigarettes and watching Captain Kangaroo. Now don't tell me I got trucking to do. Counting flowers on the wall. Shit don't bother me at all. Playing solitaire don't attack the 5-1. Smoking cigarettes and watching Captain Kangaroo. Little down. Alright. I think it's safe to go now, y'all.
Way station ahead.
Way station ahead. No, we ain't stopping. Cause our brakes are good and tires fair. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, you ready? Not ready. Not ready. Not ready. I'm ready, Freddy, if you're ready to slide Clyde. Hey, we'll try to get a turbo backfire right here, or whatever you call it. We won't do it in the low gear. I should have climbed up there on the windshield, shouldn't I have? Son of a gun.
In half a mile, bear left onto I-10.
Cars that daggum thing here. In frontage road. Damn, I wish I would have had climbed up there on the windshield. There was a little bit of turbo backfire. I know that ain't the right term. Here. Listen. Yeah. Hang on.
They're left onto I-10.
Try to do it right here. 30-pound boost. Here. Can y'all hear it when it does it? It just did it. Wasn't the greatest. We went.
Speed limit reduced ahead.
Oh, we'll do it right here. Listen. Floorboard. Smooth as butter. Yeah, we get it in a lug and it'll do it a lot of times. Lugging it down. There it is. Well, crud ruckers. Well, they done construction all through El Paso. Through the west end of town, anyway. I should go around or not. I usually take Loop 375. It's pretty around Loop 375 in the daytime. You get to look out all over El Paso. Well, you can look out over El Paso in the nighttime too. See the bright lights of El Paso. Yeah, let's see if we can get her to that. alleys going around my road.
In half a mile, take exit 6 on the right, onto Woodrow B. Trans Mountain Drive toward Trans Mountain Road. Speed limit reduced ahead.
No, wait, Popo.
Speed limit reduced ahead.
Yeah, I feel better after stopping and letting that storm pass.
Take the first exit on the right, onto South Desert Boulevard. In half a mile, bear left onto I-10 toward El Paso.
These are my people. This is where I come from. Anytime been around the trip. Yeah, I usually go around to Loop 375. We're gonna bust it wide open. El Paso. For those that's never been out here, Mexico is just to our right, but it's a little ways over to the borderline, the border wall. Probably it'd be about, oh, it's a little ways over. But it's getting closer to us here in a bit. You'll be able to see it. Piper Pizza. Boy, that American flag sure is a waving, looking all pretty. Can you see it? Look at that. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American. But at least I know I'm not free. And I won't forget the men who died. Who gave that right to me. And I'm glad they stand up next to you in the sports events and such after the national anthem. And or in the schools when they do the Pledge of Allegiance that they don't do anymore. They should have been doing have that played over the loudspeaker, like a couple verses of God Bless the USA. Wish y'all could see in my mirror. You see how close I am to that truck in front of us? In front of me? Which I'm really not close at all. Or as you can see in my mirror. And I ain't gonna swing the phone around there. We're in construction. people that don't know how to drive. I'm not gonna clean that windshield. There's old Mexico. I'd like to go over there. Have any of y'all ever been to Mexico? That's it. Paso Steakhouse. That sounds good. LSR 18 was with me. And it was in the daytime. So let's stop and get a steakhouse. Drive, or Rick Trevino Boulevard or something. Sitting right back, Bobby and Mason. Back in high school, she was way too cute. She was way too cool. I got most of my get things done. I'm not a guitar man. Hey, Mr. Trump. What was that about? I started around here at 62 miles an hour. And I bumped it up 2 mile an hour to 64. And then you just start gassing on it like you got some kind of top fuel dragster truck or something. What's that shit about, neighbor? Piece of shit. Tulsa, Oklahoma. I had a daggum deer out in Oregon near Devil's Slide, Oregon. All it done to the truck, it did break up some of the fiberglass around the headlights. It was I don't remember which side. I think it was the left side headlight, but I could be wrong on that. No, it was. It don't matter what side it was. Shit. But I pulled over just not far after I hit it to check out. I couldn't stop exactly where I was at because I was in that damn gorge and there wasn't no shoulder. I had to go about half a mile up. Out, see what was wrong. Then I went to the next exit for rest area. And I was getting off at the rest area. And the cop sitting there. Now he didn't pull me over, but he came over there to me and said I had a headlight out. And I kind of staggered. I said, yes, sir, I'm sorry about that, sir. I just hit a deer like 4 miles back. He asked me if he killed it. I said, I don't know. And sir, I couldn't stop. There's a big rock cliff on my right side. And no shoulder. I did pull over and stop just past that section, but I didn't walk back there. I got my big spotlight out. I did walk to the back of the trailer. Shine my spotlight back there. And then I got on CB radio. And I hollered on the radio if anybody's seen a deer. Come around, he said, buddy, yeah, he says, this you right here on the side, yes sir. Yeah, there's a deer right there. He said, he's up on the wall, right against the wall, on the left side. I said, did it look dead? He said, yeah, he's dead. The cop said, you know, it's a ticket for offense, right? Yes, sir, it just now happened. He didn't write me no ticket or nothing. And I had extra bulbs, but it wasn't going to do me a whole hell of a lot of good because I had to have a whole new lens. nothing like a 41. Podcasts that are playing. Oh, there's a signal here in a minute. Really? I'm going to Dallas. Middle ice cream. I'm going to one of the U.S. cold storage facilities in Dallas, Texas. And then I reload in Dallas and go back to Tolleson or Phoenix. Last night was weary night. I come out to Coachella, got me a Taco Bell. Did the split break thing. Took 2 hours. Well, actually, I was stopped for. I don't think I was stopped for 3 hours. It might have been. Time I got something to eat, up I got to the truck and got to eat. Which I mean, I hurried up though. I was planning on sleeping for 2 hours to 3 hours. But I woke up, I don't know, I was at 48 minutes stopped. once I got my taco and loaded nacho and went to bed, and that was at 47 or 48 minutes when I laid down. I'd been stopped at Coachella. And I set my alarm for 3 hours later. But I woke up after an hour. So it was like 6:54 p.m. when I woke up. So that made 2 hours I've been stopped, or a little more. I put it on the split thing and cleaned my windows again and got the heck out of there. And ran over to the Phoenix town and stopped at a tobacco store. I know the owner there. He wasn't there, but I know the owner and the guy that was working there. And they got, if you need cigarettes in Phoenix, there's a couple good tobacco stores that it's not bad. $4.99 a pack. But I got a little bit more discount though. I only bought a couple packs though. But it was in behind a Sam's Club. But I don't know if they like parking in there or not. And there's houses on the other side of the privacy wall or whatever. I didn't know if I get a ticket or not, which I still had time on my ELO to run, but I was getting tired. And actually I was getting sleepy. I re-cleaned all my windows and left. I figured I'd go to Eloy and fuel and go to bed. And I got to Eloy. Filled the truck at the Flying J. I don't ever go to the Flying J because the last 29 times I went there, the damn fuel pumps was messed up. Like every one of them. Like half of them. So I usually go to the Pilot. I've always chose the Pilot at Eloy. Back in 2016. I used to go to the Flying J all the time. But after that, 2018 or 19, I quit going to the J and I always go to the Pilot. Oh, God. Anyway, I got over there and the fuel pump I pulled up on wasn't down, the screen wasn't working, and so it was halfway working. So I ended up being cancel. And then the lady from inside came out. Was, I don't know, out there checking pumps. I don't know. And I said, ma'am, is this pump messed up? And she goes, well, yeah, you gotta come in and program it from inside. Okay. So I backed and got into the one on my left, and then this broke too. I'm like, really? Fiddle with it for 15 minutes before I could get it to work. But I asked her, is this pump messed up as well? And she's like, well, you was better off on pump 23, 24. Wait, I'm not 23, and I moved to 22. She said, you was better off on pump 23. I'm like, really? Yeah, and then she stepped over there and kicked around with it. Finally got it to take. And by that time I was like, screw it, I'm just gonna run. There wasn't nowhere to park at the Flying J. All day was a couple spots, but like I said, I was tired, sleepy, so. And that woke me up a bit during the fuel thing, being I had a hiccup. I started going over to the Pilot, but I said, screw it. I went on east and come over to the Tucson feel like getting off the exit. Like I didn't even care. Pilots there in Tucson can be a cluster, and if you've ever been through to Tucson, then you know that pilot, you can't never know if there'll be a parking spot available. And 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, I didn't figure there'd be one. Or it'd be, hard to get in. Then I got over there, Friday night, Saturday morning, I figured there'd be room to park at one of the rest areas like at Dragoon. But I'm glad I didn't slow down and go off that exit because there wasn't nowhere to park. And then I stopped somewhere else to park and there wasn't nowhere to park there either. I cleaned the windows again and took mine off. Got into New Mexico, and my idea on that was to get into New Mexico. That was my original plan anyway, is to drive to Lordsburg, New Mexico, and shut it down there. That was my plan. But somebody hit the bridge a couple months ago, I don't know, probably on Google. Somebody hit the daggone bridge, big truck, oversized, and done critical damage to the structural supports. So that bridge is closed. And they had everybody going westbound, ramping off and right back on. But now, if you're going eastbound, you still can't cross over the interstate, but if you're going east, you can go to the next exit, get off, turn around, come back, or you can get off the exit before the Lordsburg, go through the middle of Lordsburg, and hang a right on the old road and come back to it. But to go back east, once you leave, you have to go back west, and go back into the middle of Lordsburg, and then come back to the big wheel, aka Interstate. And then you gotta cross the New Mexico port of entry again. And I done already crossed it. I didn't cross them, I got the green light, but so yeah, then the next rest area is plumb full, nowhere to park. And I made it to the Petro in Deming, New Mexico. And there's a truck there was having problems with his electrical system. Batteries, alternator. I got there at like 5:05 a.m. And I got up at 6:37 Friday morning, California time. Didn't get no nap all day. Well, till I stopped at Coachella, but that nap was supposed to be in 2 or 3 hours, but I woke up after an hour and decided, screw it, let's go. And then I helped work on that truck for an hour and a half. Slept till 11 a.m. Got up, went back to bed, talked to my wife a few minutes, went back to bed. And I got up 12 minutes before my 10-hour break was over. But I lollygagged around, called home. A trucker friend of mine was having some problems. Trailer axles went. Or as the trucker of the week pointed out, no, it wasn't Ike. Ray Carlisle said it. You don't slide your tandems. slide your trailer. The tandem stay put. I ain't never thought about like that, to slide your. But you're actually, well, that's debatable, ain't it? Actually sliding your tandems back, but you're actually not sliding the tandem. I mean, in a way you are, you're slider. But anyway, he couldn't get his tandem to slide, and I told him a couple tricks. Pull the poppet valve, air the trailer up, and set the brake, and then walk back there and pull the poppet valve. I call it the poppet valve to release. Then you take a pair of vice grips, put in behind the poppet valve, and then go up and get in the truck and release the brake. Roll forward, you know, a little bit, pull the hand valve, and then roll backwards a little bit, pull the hand valve. That way the pins, you know, not in a bind, and they free up. Go in, and then you roll forward or back, whichever way you're needing to move your tandems, and use the hand valve. That way you ain't, I call it jump up and down on the clutch, but anyway, it's a whole lot easier on your truck if you can roll a couple feet, and then, you know, a foot or so, and then pull the hand valve, trolley valve, whatever it is. Most trailers for parking brake chambers, they usually have like two. So when you're trying to slide them with the brake set, there's only, you know, two parking holding. But if you do it, like I said, or like the old school way, you have the arm, and you roll forward and pull the hand valves, you got all four brakes. I try to explain this to him 4 or 5 different ways, and he took his red airline off. Well, why the hell would you do that? Well, it's the same thing as what you're talking about. No, it's not. No, it ain't. And you take the red airline off, and you're only being held back by your parking. There might have been something more wrong with that trailer than that. But I told him, he said, all you gotta do is get under there and adjust them. Release the trailer brakes, set the truck brakes, go back there and adjust the brakes all the way till they're touching the brake shear. And then get in there and slide it. You'll have to slide in, but then you have to go back there and adjust and back them off. I said, and I'll tell you how to back off the automatic slack adjusters. I'll stay on the phone with you, and I'll help you out. There's a little poppet valve on the automatic slack adjuster. You just pop that little thing out with a screwdriver and back them off. Anyway, some people are steering wheel holders. Come on, man. I ain't perfect. I don't know it all. But I know a little bit about a whole lot about trucking, but I don't know everything. I always thing that sucks about Dallas is finding parking once you've done everything you gotta do. That's what I hate. I don't like going to the Flying J. Any of y'all been to the Flying J? Dallas? I had to go there the other morning. God, I can't believe I had to go there. I don't go to that Flying J. Me and my wife was there on 3 different occasions where somebody got shot and killed. And y'all can Google this probably. Back in 2010, 11, or 12, I drove for the Christmas in Inglewood, Tennessee for 9 years. I worked for him for a year prior to that. But we called hot tubs and Aeroflex pipe insulation to Anywhere USA. And, you know, we went to Allentown, PA, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, New York. I can't think of the name of that town. It's way up there on the top side of 287. Anyway, in Dallas and Houston. Let's see, I'm not sure what we delivered out there on this particular trip. We had the dry van. Well, anyway, no matter. Got on flatbed one trip, dry van the next, depending on how the hot tub stores wanted the hot tubs delivered. Kind of equipment. That all depended on how they had to unload it. Like some places didn't have a dock. And they'd rent forklifts. And some of them bought forklifts. But anyway, we unloaded Dallas. And went to the Flying J. And at night, about 3 o'clock in the morning, we heard gunshots. And my wife woke me up, which I heard it, but I was just kind of, I was like, oh well. She was like, you hear that? I was like, yeah. And then we heard 3 more gunshots. And somebody shot and killed somebody right there in the damn Flying J's on the other opposite side of the shop. And then a couple of weeks, I don't know, it might have been a month or 2 later, we was out there. And we getting off the exit. No, I went to the J. Wait a minute, let me get this right. We went in there that night. Oh yeah, okay, we was leaving there to head east to go back home. So I unloaded. I had 3 drops around Dallas. And I made my pickup and went back over to Flying J and get fuel, and there was a parking spot open, a couple parking spots. And I was going to take 4 or 5 hour nap and then leave. After traffic died down and everything. And I slept a little longer than I intended to, but it wasn't no big deal. But we get up about 10 o'clock at night, and we take off. So I took a coffee and take off. And we're going across the bridge there in front of the J to go east. And the cops had the ramp, the get-on-ramp, blocked off. And people was hollering on the CB radio that somebody got killed there. Well, we'd already been there, you know, not long before that. Somebody got killed. And then another person got killed, shot. So I go across the bridge and got my blinker on. And the cop walks over and he said, buddy, you can't get on. I said, I see, I need to go east. I said, man, I done already come across the bridge. I said, I guess I'll go over to TA and flip, turn around and go back west, but I gotta do something. I said, everything okay? They had a bobtail 359 Peterbilt. I don't know what year it was. But it was bobtail, it was a 359. And the guy had been reported 2 or 3 times as he was headed east on I-20 into Dallas, into Fort Worth, Dallas area. He came in from out west. Bumped him. But he had quite a few people call in on him driving erratic and such. So they finally spotted him and they pulled him over right there at that exit. And I was trying to get him pulled over. They had him surrounded because he wasn't stopping. And then it turned into a high-speed chase. But they got him at that ramp to get on side of it. And when they was talking to him, there was an arm like poking out of the sleeper, but in behind the driver's seat. The cop could see an arm there, somebody's arm. And the guy said, the cop asked him, said, you got anybody with you? And he's like, no. He said, well, what's that arm right there? Oh, that's my buddy. He's asleep. He's like, oh, well, we need to get him up. He said, no, we're going to leave him alone. He's asleep. He's going to be asleep for a while. And the cop says, well, no, I need your ID, logbook, and all this shit. You've been called in on for erratic driving, road rage, and da-da-da. 100 mile an hour. So, weather for Texas, I don't know, county or city, clocked him at 100 when he went by the pilot out there. But they didn't even get involved with it. I don't know why. Or maybe they did and then they give up. I don't know. But, and they kept asking about that man's arm. And he's like, oh, don't worry about it. He's just dead. And that truck driver killed that man. Had him in his sleeper riding around with him. That's something. I think that was in between the 2 other killings, I think there was 1 killing. No, it was up there 4 killings. The one night we unloaded hot tubs on the flatbed. I think it's flatbed. No, we were still in the dry bed. One of these killings, though, we had the flatbed. But anyway, we went out to Abilene to reload to go back home. And I come back over to Dallas, and I was tired. Bad tired. And I was on the very last fuel aisle. And I needed a nap. Badly. Desperately. And the manager and one of the employees was out there going over the pumps, taking their printout off of them. And he walks around there, and I just hung up the pump. But he said, are you done fueling here? And I was like, yes, sir. And he's like, he said, when you pull up, he said, hold on just a second, I gotta go get a barrel. I'm like, a barrel? What for? He said, we're shutting this pump down. I was like, oh, really? And he was like, yeah. And I said, for how long? He said, well, at least 4 or 5 hours. I said, no way. He said, yeah. I was like, well, can I just stay parked here? He said, you sure can. I'm like, cool. I said, we got time, my wife and I go in and take a shower? And he's like, oh yeah, well, this pump's gonna be shut down till 6 a.m. in the morning. We went in and took a shower, come back out. And we slept on the fuel aisle for 4 hours. They put the barrel up, the barricade up at the back of my trailer. And a barricade in front of my trailer. Well, I mean a barrel. And then when I got up, I walked in, I said, hey sir, I said, we're leaving now, I appreciate that. I said, I hope I didn't hold up your pump. He said, no, that pump's down for the rest of the night. He said, we don't even know if we're going to have it back open tomorrow at all. And I got me a cup of coffee, and Cindy got her a cup of coffee, and told him, I said, when we pull off of it, we'll put the barrel, we'll scoot the barrel back up next to the edge of the awning part. I thought that's pretty cool. Actually, it was a little bit different than what I just said, though. They took the print out, and the pump on the left they shut down. Yeah, and the pump we was on, no, there wasn't nothing wrong with the pump we was on. But they let us sleep there for 4 hours. But things was different back then. And it was a Friday night. Anyway, whether it was working or not, I know there was one pump that was down until the maintenance people could come in. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, I know it was. He let us sleep. There wasn't nothing wrong with the pump that we was on. They had to do a reset on it, which was going to take like 30 minutes to an hour, but he let us sleep on that fuel pump. But the only time I ever took a nap on the fuel aisle. know, because I've looked for them. But I don't like Walmart. I need to Google it. Oh, G-Dog Antoine, he's got one. He said he'd pay quite a bit of money for it. Not sure how much he did pay for it, but I meant to ask him. I'd have to meet him in Las Cruces, New Mexico. That's his hometown. Met him at the TA. Oh boy. If y'all like watching trucking YouTube, I don't know if you know who I'm talking about or not, but search it up. G-Dog Antoine. It's G with a hyphen, dog with a D-A-W-G. Antoine. And he puts a lot of time and effort in his videos. And he just does like normal riding down the road. And then edits it, he talks in there, you know, and sections of, you know, he tells about his different customers how to get in and get out. So on, check-in procedures and whatnot. If y'all like the trucking and stuff, might like old G-Dog, old Tony Tourette's. Tourette's trucker. He's pretty good too. He's real good. You got old Kurt. Oh. Trucking with Schmidt. He's a good YouTuber trucking. Like we're on a roller coaster at Six Flags. trucking together. Alice and Mark and Jazz. They got a real good channel. I've been a little negligent about watching them here the last couple of months, but I've also been working pretty hard. Like the other day, I worked 5 hours into my 10-hour break. they park for extra long time. But not a long, long time though. 6 hours. That's kind of what sucks. You work all day, you go somewhere, you gotta load or unload. You gotta wait for a dock. And you get in the dock, they start loading you, and you think you're gonna be loaded here in a few minutes. And it turns into 3 hours later. Or they come out and tell you, hey, we're gonna start loading you here in just a few. Oh, cool. I got time to take a nap or what? Well, yeah, you probably got time to take 45 minutes, an hour and a half. So you do that, and you get up, and you're not even a quarter of the way loaded. And that's what happened the other day. Well, I kept laying down taking a nap, and the dadgum broker kept calling. And I'd already told him what door I was in. I already told him that they was working on loading it. Told them twice I was trying to take a nap. But then they want to load on time at wherever you're going. But then when you're there loading it, and they won't call every 30 minutes. Hey buddy. Yeah, last time he called, he's like, yeah, we're gonna call in there and see if we can get something done, get you out of there. I was like, man, leave him alone, bro. I'm the one here on site, not you. Don't piss these people off, and then they'll hold me up all damn day. And I lay back down, and about 15 or 20 minutes later, and I was sound asleep. And that guy loaded me, come out there and knocked on the door. Hey, buddy. I was like, hey, what's up? He's like, man, we're waiting on 11 pallets to get dug out from the deep freeze. Okay. No problem, man. I'm not rushing y'all. He kind of looked at me with a puzzled look. And I'm like, what? I said, somebody call you from the broker? Yeah, they called the office wanting to know what was going on. Told them we was hurrying all we could. I'm like, damn it, man, really? I said, dude, that wasn't me. I didn't have nothing to do with that. I said, I'm sorry. I said, I ain't rushing you. I'm not rushing you at all. I was when I got here at 10 a.m. Well, I got there at 8 a.m. actually, with a 10 a.m. appointment, put me straight on the dock. I was hoping to get out of there by noon or 1 o'clock. That way I didn't have to fight the Fort Worth traffic. And got me loaded at 4:40, 4:45, and it took 30 more minutes for him to print the paperwork. And it took another hour to get the daggone deal. Now I guess I was loaded about 4 o'clock. And I had the bills in hand at 4:30, 4:35. But they didn't put a seal on it. Can't leave without a seal. Gotta have the seal. For certain customers. got killed right there. An officer that got killed back there. Look, that boy just barely even going on the interstate. Now I'm doing 32 miles an hour. And he's just hamburgered down. I'd do that like that. I'd be too scared. Thank you. Fixing to run somebody through the scanner. Oh no. They got the scanner wound up, fired up. Upload them, edit them. This live deal, it's just easy as you boom boom and there ain't no rewind. Well, I mean you can, but I mean I can't edit out what I'm saying, can I?
still effectively on the In May of that year, Cesar Garcia won the presidential election. His campaign emphasized a hardline highway that made no concessions to the Congress. Once in power, however, Garcia dramatically changed his position and began to pursue a policy of compromise rather than confrontation. On August 7th, Garcia made a generous offer for drug lords. Results in and life sentences and living from extradition. Escobar since released an increased standard concessions for Garcia. In September, he kidnapped journalist Francisco Santos, the family that owned the country's largest newspaper, and Marina Montoya, the strategy of former presidential secretary. Escobar his strategy policy was to make the country's elite the primary target of his terrorist campaign. On September 25th, Escobar resumed his trip-party war, not forgetting his main enemies. His men attacked an estate near Cali, repeatedly owned by the Rodriguez brothers. 18 people were killed in several kidnappings and murders continued until in October. The Cali Cartel at this time regularly sent hitmen into Medellin with varying degrees of success. On one occasion, 12 men were abducted from the hotel rooms in Medellin. 4 of them were found shot dead, and the other 8 were missing. On the bodies of 2 of the dead were pinned signs that read, "Because they are from Cali Cartel, war is war." Authorities predicted that the cartel war would be even more horrific, and there were increasingly more such episodes. A few weeks after the kidnapping of Francisco Santos and Marina Montoya, Garcia issued a decree giving further concessions to the drug traffickers. Now all a trafficker had to do in his surrender was confess to only one crime, and he could avoid extradition if any new charges were brought against him after surrender. In December, President Garcia issued benefits if they confessed to one crime. The Ochoa brothers, Medellin's bosses, were the ones who eventually accepted the government's offer. The deal was too good to pass up. Do a few years in prison with no possibility of extradition to the United States, and you could walk free and still spend your fortune. With Rodriguez Gacho dead and the Ochoas imprisoned, Escobar was left alone in his 2-front row. He feared extradition if he surrendered. Nothing guaranteed that he would get the same concessions as Ochoa. After all, he didn't stop killing and kidnapping after Garcia issued his decrees. He continued to fight the state the only way he could, narco-terrorism. In January, Marina Montoya's body was found in the gutter with 6 bullets in her. During a raid near Medellin, police accidentally killed another of Escobar's kidnapped victims, Diana Torres, scion of another prominent Colombian family and daughter of a former presidential candidate. Garcia sensed that Colombians were tired of living under the tyranny of narco-terrorism, and he pursued the policy of surrender, which he sweetened and offered to traffickers. He issued a new decree guaranteeing immunity from extradition for all crimes, not just from the time of the first degree. Meanwhile, in early 1991, as part of an effort to reform the country's constitution, the Constituent Assembly
on the side there, you alright, neighbor?
considered abandoning it altogether. Since 1980, the extradition treaty had been subject. While the cases had often been really intimidating, Cali had always acted in such a dramatic style. The Cali Cartel made money in Parliament, and its lawyers were always hanging around during the extradition.
I tried.
In late May, Escobar announced that he would surrender.
I got time on this one. Not a lot of extra time, but I got time to help out. Somebody needs some helping.
He's faced at least a dozen drug traffickers in early countries. Now the drug lord had everything.
I got
He
tools.
was to turn himself in, and Trujillo Ochoa was in prison. In June 19, 1980, the most wanted man in Colombia, and possibly in the world, was picked up from an undisclosed location and flown by plane to his hometown in Cali, where he was locked in a luxury prison called La Capital, especially built for him. While Escobar had been at war with the state, Cali Cartel had continued to put power in development and influence.
Still blows my mind how many guys will get behind the wheel of a big truck and go get on a dang public highway
It's really what became the main
and drive. Then again, what good's it do to have, for me to have a CB radio if nobody else has got one? Or you can set the RF game down low, or in the square. squelch where you're not listening to. You know, you set it to where somebody got me within like however far. I mean, I don't know exactly, but you scratch it back to where there ain't no static. You know, somebody's got to be pretty close to you for you to be able to pick them up. You can cut it back as far as you want. Or they got to be real close to you unless they got a big radio and they'll break through your squelch. I just set my RF game down to where it's not static. Light static, and then I scrunch it back until that cuts it off and bam. The RF gain, I set the RF gain just a little more than halfway, and then turn the squelch back just a little bit where it ain't. And now put it to where most regular CB radios have to be within a couple of miles of me before I hear them, unless they're a big radio. A big radio will punch through the squelch. I guess some of y'all probably already know that, so I don't know. never quits hurting. You just get used to it. But I wished he would move more than a quarter of an inch up and down, pivot. That'd be so awesome. Sometimes, not always, though. What the hell all this traffic's about? Trying to use the high beams because they were 30 seconds. There's a vehicle coming west. Or 5 seconds. Look at that. All them cars coming west. Now, where the hell they going? miles to I-20. Bypass system, drive-wise, is going off. Yeah, you got a storm coming in.
Changing time zone.
God, mine with the bug. Somewhere towards the beginning of this video, at Anthony, Texas, at their west side of El Paso, there was a lightning storm. Yeah, my wife said it was raining like crazy at home in Tennessee earlier. Lightning storm, that's why I went ahead and hit the plus button on here and let it go live. And then it started hailing nowhere to Anthony. Well, I pulled in the rest area to get away from these two pickup truck, pulling an enclosed trailer and a big truck. Run me over on against the cars in the far left lane. Insane, the membrane. It was storming bad. I don't know, about an hour into this live feed. Well, it says I've been on here longer than that. So I'm trying. A rough night last night into this morning. Ready to take a nap. I mean, I'm not too sleepy. I'm not sleepy. Kind of getting wore out. But yeah, it was hailing. I got out. I was filming on it. I showed these eyeball LED matrix light panel. It's on the windshield. Showing it was just barely sprinkling and the wind picked up. I was trying to show the lightning strikes, but I didn't get away from them stupid people. And then it started hailing. There's shows it hail on the hood, and I got out, stood underneath the unit of my trailer, and I picked up a piece of it. It looked like crack cocaine. It says it's been filming for an hour and 38 minutes, but I've been driving a whole hell of a lot longer than that. I've been driving, I started filming like 30, 40 minutes after I started driving. Start the video at, but if you start at the beginning, you'll see a little bit of the lightning, I think. ways to the rest area. Yeah, the pollen was bad at our house. Oh Lord, it was bad. They had Oreo, our cat, but we got 3 cats now. But we've had Chloe and Oreo since they was kittens. They're, I don't know, 8, 9 year old now. But we got Cali Cat. But Oreo, when I call home, Callie, she don't understand the phone thing. A lot of times my wife has me on speakerphone. And I'd like to see her when she's looking for me, but Oreo, he knows, I don't know if he understands it totally, but he knows my voice, and he'll try to rub up on the phone and stuff. And the wife was sitting on the porch, and Oreo come up because he heard me talking, and he was trying to meow, and he sounded like he had a cold. Yeah. I was like, what is wrong with him? Is he sick? And she's like, it's just damn pollen. And every year when the pollen gets bad, Oreo and Chloe will sound like they got a cold. I love my cats. I really love Oreo. He's my buddy. He's really my son's cat, but he don't even let him in his bedroom. Cats are majestical. Same as a dog. Dogs are majestical too. Cats are a little bit different dog. We don't have a dog right now. I don't have nothing against dogs. I love dogs. Boo Boo. There's YouTube Shorts videos of Boo Boo if you've had a chance to go check them out. She was something else. She loved Harley Davidson. Loved the Harley, but we had to put her down. This is the hardest thing I ever done. Go take my dad's dog from him and then take her to the vet and have her put to sleep. I laid on the floor on my belly and my wife laid across her shoulders. Till it was all over with. Don't clean the windshield. Guess I'll do that, huh? Lazy motherfuckers. Man, really? He got his headlights on already. He can pull out. He should be over here on the right side. But he's over here on the left where the big trucks are parked. motherfucker. Damn it. That one pickup back there, he could back up further against that big truck
Testified that they met with the footage.
and make room. Man, I could have pulled in there, no problemo. No problem at all. Instead, they won't be assholes. Consider it disrespectful. Now my trailer tracks to the right, but when I want it to do it's tracking to the right. We don't want to do it. Back in this boy behind me. He'd be real happy, wouldn't he? Haha. Windshield. Alright, I got it. Awful. Use this Silico foaming spray. You want to listen to something while I'm out here?
Obtained through phone tapping. The tapes provided Pastrana with irrefutable evidence that the Cali Cartel had financed its opponent Ernesto Santos' campaign to the tune of more than $6 million. The tapes, however, had no effect on the outcome of the election, and Ernesto Santos still won. However, he had to prove that it was not because of the Cali Cartel's infusions. It was a paradoxical situation. A president allegedly compromised by drugs became a reliable and predictable ally of Washington in the war on drugs. The man who the Cali bosses were banking on became the worst enemy. As the prime suspect in shady deals with drug lords, Santos could not defy the Clinton administration when the Americans began to press him to go after the drug lords. The constant pressure and raids began to have some impact on the cartel's communications network and cash flow. Given the $1.9 million reward for Miguel and Gilberto Rodriguez and $625,000 for Santa Cruz and Herrera, the Godfathers had to constantly worry about informants and betrayal. The supposedly kinder and gentle cartel was not about to take any chances. In 6 weeks, some 75 corpses were discovered in the city, some bearing signs of torture. The first to be tracked down was Gilberto. Through his associate, informants said that the plot
Hotels.
the laws would show up. On June 9, 1995, Gilberto Rodriguez
Little owl, did you put down?
Authorities made the arrest. The terrified chest lyrics, "Don't shoot, I'm a man of peace." By arresting Gilberto Rodriguez, Colombia and the U.S. won their first major victory over the Cali Cartel. Rodriguez was facing up to 24 years in prison on drug trafficking and illicit enrichment charges, and had several indictments filed against him in various U.S. cities. However, if his attorneys could obtain for him the full benefits of the Colombian Penal Code, he faced no more than 5 years. The day after his arrest, a bomb exploded during a street festival in San Antonio Park in central Medellin, killing 21 people and injuring more than 200. An anonymous caller reported that the bombing was in retaliation for Rodriguez's arrest. However, terrorist attacks could no longer distract the Colombian authorities, who had focused their attention on Miguel Rodriguez. Catching the cunning and ever-ready Miguel was helped by a security chief named Jorge Salcedo. Ironically, a few years before, Rodriguez himself had also managed to track down Gacho. Salcedo, at incredible cost and deadly risk, provided the DEA with accurate information about Miguel's hideout, who had pretty much figured out who the mole in his organization was. For 4 days, agents kept surveillance on the apartment in an upscale complex that Salcedo had pointed out. When they were satisfied that Miguel was indeed there, they scheduled the raid for August 6th, just the next day. All previous attempts to catch Miguel had been unsuccessful. Each time, he had managed to get a half step ahead of the agents, and time was playing against them. The success of the operation depended on the element of surprise. Rodriguez always had several escape routes, thanks to which he often avoided capture. This time, the agents caught him just as he was trying to go into a hiding place behind a 5-door filing cabinet built into the wall. It had all the comforts of home: food, bottled water, an oxygen tank for breathing, a stool, and a copy of the Colombian Penal Code. When he spotted a gringo in the crowd after his arrest, he understood everything and seemed resigned to his fate. He even calmly took pictures with DEA agents. Chepe Santa Cruz was dead by then. He had been arrested a little before Miguel and put in Lakota prison, where he had successfully escaped in a clever way. A car with supposed investigators came to him. They were let through and took Chepe to freedom. Military and intelligence units scoured Cali and Bogota, but found no indication of his whereabouts. The Colombian government offered a $2 million reward for Chepe's return. What happened next is still unclear. According to the official version, Santa Cruz was killed in a shootout with police on August 5, 1996. This was confirmed by DEA agents. However, post-mortem photographs show that Chepe's body bore signs of torture. Santa Cruz's family demanded a second autopsy, but Chepe was buried in Cali Cemetery without it. Today, many sources remain skeptical of this official version, and it's likely that Danilo Gonzalez and Don Berna were involved in Santa Cruz's death and had a hand in eliminating their rival, anticipating the imminent fall of the giant. After Santa Cruz's death, Pacho Herrera became Cali's only remaining godfather. On September 1st, 1996, after months of negotiations, Pacho arrived at the Cali police base to surrender directly to General Serrano. Herrera became an informant, accusing 35 people, including some of his family members, of membership in the cartel. In return, Herrera received a sentence of 6 years and 8 months, and a $1 million fine for the drug trafficking offense. On November 5th, 1998, Pacho was playing football in the maximum security area of the Palmyra prison when a well-dressed man posing as a lawyer approached him, warmly embraced him, and then pulled out a gun and shot him 6 times in the head. The Cali Cartel was decapitated. Still, Miguel and Gilberto lived in La Picota prison, more like guests than criminals, thanks to Colombia's incorrigibly corrupt prison system. The brothers used mobile phones and presumably a communications network running through a payphone in the prison to control their business interests. The brothers, families, and attorneys came and went as they pleased, delivering their message to and from the prison. In 1 week, 123 lawyers visited Gilberto. Their jail cells were more like upscale apartments and had cable TV, expensive stereos, carpeting, and adjoining private bathrooms.
Damn elbows hurting like a devil. Boots hurting like a devil.
Small kiosk or Miguel's store, which sold sand tar cookies, asked for Côte d'Or chocolate from Belgium and soft drinks to visitors. For doing business within prison walls, Miguel's sentence could have been reduced by a third under Colombian law. In January 1997, Gilberto and Miguel were finally convicted of their crimes. As a result of a plea bargain negotiated by their lawyers, the older brother received 10.5 years and the younger brother 9. The sentences were a far cry from the maximum 24 years the court could have imposed, or the life without parole they would surely have received if they had been extradited to America. However, this was only the first criminal case against the brothers. There were 4 others pending. The following month, Miguel was sentenced to 23 years behind bars for a 180-kilogram shipment of cocaine to Tampa in 1989, for which he refused to accept responsibility. In May 1998, the appellate court added 5 years to Gilberto and Miguel's prison sentences. On November 7, 2002, a Colombian court shocked the nation by deciding to release Gilberto Rodriguez from prison early, despite intense pressure from President Alvaro Uribe. Incredibly, the president had spent less than 6 years in prison for his crimes.
Anybody saying any animal that can be tamed? Yes, you're right. You're exactly right.
Gilberto Rodriguez found himself back in the pit.
No way, really? A wild bird? We had a wild caught African gray when I was a kid, but it was wildly caught in Africa or somewhere. Wow, that's cool. Beto Paquito. Yeah, I love my animals. I love dogs. We just don't have one. We got our hands full with the 3 rescue cats. Cali was a stray that showed up at Crystal and Seth's, and they already have a couple cats. Oreo and Chloe was gotten from, I don't think they didn't come from the pound, but some people had found them, I think, and was trying to get rid of them because they already had animals. Hold on, I'm going to do my side window.
Whatever prosecutors called his participation in a large-scale cocaine importation conspiracy that existed from 1990 through July 2002, and was sentenced to nearly 22 years in federal prison. He admitted to helping his father and uncle run the criminal empire from behind prison bars after they were incarcerated in 1995, and agreed to give up his stake in a business empire worth about $300 million USD. On September 26th, Gilberto and Miguel, for the sake of ensuring their family members on the so-called Clinton list in the Cali Cartel case could live in peace, pleaded guilty to conspiracy to smuggle more than 200 kilos of coke into the United States from Colombia via Central America. They also agreed to plead guilty to charges by the Southern District of New York for conspiring to launder their illicit fortune through their pharmaceutical empire, which included more than 400 retail pharmacies throughout Colombia, as well as pharmaceutical companies that manufacture drugs. Family members also agreed to relinquish all inheritance from the Rodriguez's businesses in the U.S. and around the world because the investigation found that they had used drug assets. In exchange, the family members received the right to be removed from the blacklist for crimes committed before December 16, 1997. Immediately following the guilty pleas, the judge sentenced Gilberto, 67, and Miguel, 62, to 30 years behind bars on money laundering charges. The sentence would run concurrently with another sentence of 30 years, previously imposed due to cocaine trafficking charges under the Southern District of Florida indictment. Gilberto died in 2022 of cancer at the age of 83. Miguel is still alive today with a release date of July 15, 2028. He is now 80 years old. William Rodriguez, under the terms of the deal, served 5 years and got out. In 2014, he wrote a book titled Son of the Cali Cartel, in which he details his life and why he made the decision to turn in his father and uncle. The defeat of 2 major Colombian cartels did little to change the war on drugs, but their arrests served as a wise lesson to other drug traffickers in Colombia. If you become too big and complex an organization, you'll be more vulnerable Today, we can see a radically different type of drug trade organization. Gone are the huge corporations that employed thousands and generated annual revenues of $7 billion. Instead, there are so-called cartelitos that operate as stealthily as the Cali Association did, but they no longer rely on complex structures and modern communication systems. After all, there's nothing more reliable than a face-to-face meeting without unnecessary witnesses. Also, modern Colombian cartels don't sell directly to customers. They sell to Mexicans, so the United States won't be able to bring extradition cases against them, no matter where the coke ends up. Extradition is still the most feared word among narcos. Colombian drug traffickers were once responsible for 80 to 90% of the cocaine trafficked into the United States. With the elimination of Cali and Medellin, Mexican cartels filled much of the vacuum. It is impossible to stop every person and vehicle crossing the border. At least for the 48 million pedestrians, 90 million vehicles, and 4.4 million trucks that the U.S. Border Patrol estimates cross the border each year. Nothing has changed in the never-ending war on drugs, except for the players involved.
It's being touted as the biggest drug bust in Canadian history and probably the most dramatic. A story covering 2 continents, a plane chase.
Oh, man, I just swung my lid out for a moment.
23 years to the private ownership. His name is Riddle Ownership. Riddle Ownership. Why I don't know it's a hard one I found in the second, but just quite right. Operations supervised by the CIA.
Shit. Isn't that what that was? Heck yeah. I'll figure out why everybody's in this rest area. The driver back here behind me. So we got a humongous backup. God damn it. Oh, there it is. Found it. Guys, I'm gonna call it. Lord, give me a parking spot here for some odd reason. I don't want to waste drive time sitting in a backup. So I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it an evening. I'm gonna take me a little nap. I guess I'll get back on in a little bit, but I'm gonna take me a nap. I was trying to get into Dallas and get a 34-hour reset in, but I'm not sitting in no backup. Off and on. I'm not sure what's going on, but damn it. I still got. How the hell have I got 7 hours left to drive? No way. Anyway, I'm not going to be a danger to society. I am sleepy, and I know when to call it. And then I got to sit in the backup as well. It's easier to be tired and keep running than it is to be tired and sit in a backup. that bed back there. Probably looks pretty welcoming. But I don't know if you've seen the battle pup. Have I showed you the battle pup? You get him for a donation. You can't see him real. He almost looks real.
These people on the outside respected a certain hierarchy.
Instead of flowers, order somebody a battle pup, and then it won't die. Like flowers, they die. As soon as you pick them off the vine, they're dying, you know.
People were really impressed by it. Imagine how that led to imprisonment with criminals. He was
I ain't no wuss.
reporting such a large amount of drugs.
That was a good gesture that they got us, Crystal and Zeth. My wife said, "You're not taking the battle pup with you." I call it pound puppy. I'm like, sure, whatever. No, I don't sleep with him. He's my guard dog. He's my guard dog. Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog? That's funny, a YouTube short. Can I pet that dog? Yeah, look at that bedroom. Down, prop my foot up over on to the traffic on that side. I'm gonna straighten up the floor now. I got my lunch box down there, but I'm gonna jump off here, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate your time, your effort, your everything. Y'all are awesome. But I gotta take a nap. Boom.